sustainability measuring as state-of-the-art in building permit issuance.
This is this one?
Yeah, that's okay. I may have to share that at some point.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, in the photo.
Okay.
Oh. I didn't plan that like this.
This one?
Can I just see how it is? If it's just that one, it's okay, but...
Okay.
The others are okay.
Okay, looks like the other,
It's
okay.
aware of his PowerPoint.
No, that's not
Okay.
that ugly.
It's okay.
So thank you for having me. I am Joan Perez, and I am speaking on behalf of a lot of my co-workers here.
Just a
I will not name
Sorry.
everyone. You
I
can
think there is a problem with the share.
with the share.
Okay.
It's okay? Share is working? So thank you for having me this morning. I'm Joan Perez. I am a postdoc in laboratory HESPAS, and speaking on behalf of a lot of colleagues that are associated to this project. So the theme today is sustainable aging in Aix-Marseille Provence metropolis, and I will talk about different indicators and interactive visualization. So to start this, I will keep it simple and say that we see an increase of the urbanization rate everywhere. It's related to people that decide to live in urban area, or to people that are caught up by urban areas, so by urban sprawl. At the same time, everywhere, the world population is aging, rapidly aging. And we have some amazing examples, like for example in Japan, but I will speak about France today, and you can, for example, see the age pyramid and the projection of the age pyramid. This is for south of France. I will speak about that a bit later again about that. So if you cross these two factors, you see that in the future, the urban environment are going to host most of the people that are aging, and urban environments, they can either promote healthy aging and social inclusion for the elderly, or at the reverse, undermine well-being and contribute to the social exclusion of elderly. So this is why I'm presenting today the 4V project, which I am the PI. 4V is French, and it stands for Forme and Vieillissement, which is form and aging, so urban form and aging. And it has been founded by Région Sud, which is like the regional local authority of the southern region, which is called Région Sud in France. And this region hosts several departments like Provence, Alpes, and Côte d'Azur. The specificities of this area in southern France is that if you compare this area to the rest of France, it's even more urbanized. So in this region, you have an urbanization rate that stands at 92%, as compared to 81% for the rest of France. And it's because of littoralization phenomena that we all know. And in addition to that, the share of elder is also increased there because the south of France is a privileged place for retirement. So a lot of people are retiring here. So that's a reason why also this project has been funded by Région Sud. So the objective of the project was first to go beyond the usual study, especially for south of France, that were only studying the aging process from the economical aspect of the silver economy. We wanted to know the link between aging and urban environment from a spatial point of view. The second point was to develop methodologies that were fully based on open data, because there are a lot of open data today, a lot of spatial data, and just using that, we can do quite interesting things. And of course, the last point was to share the result with the public, global public, and the local authority. So just a quick overview of what we are focusing on. We are focusing on Aix-Marseille metropolis. It contains 92 different cities that are called communes in southern France. So it's not the whole of Région Sud, it's just the biggest metropolis of Région Sud. which is the second biggest metropolis in France after Paris. So there is 92 communes for a total of 2 million inhabitants, two major cities. We have here Marseille, the biggest one, and Aix-en-Provence. And also, if you want just an overview of the population, we see that in the last decade, the age population, the elder, has grown by 25%, more than the regular and normal population. So I was thinking of open data. In this project, we use only open data, and here are all the sources that we use so far. So the first data, and what is interesting is that most of these data are available in any country, except maybe one, this one, and we'll talk about this one a bit more. So the first one is the philosophy census of the French government. This is a census at a grid level of 200 meters. So it's a tessellation of the whole of France with some square of 200 meters. On that, you have all the economic census and the population census. So you have the distribution of the population, the elder, the young, but also some economic data about the income. Then we use open source digital elevation model. We use the one from NASA, which you can use for the whole of the world. Then the next one is also another data from INSEE, from the French government, which is called the BPE, which in English stands for Permanent Database of Facilities. So basically you have all the services, all the amenities, all the shop, everything that are located with X and Y coordinate, which is a very nice data set. So the first two you can find that in most countries, but this one is very, very good and also is free to download in France. And the last one is the topographic data set, which is called the BD Topo. And on that one, you have different layers, but the three that are the most famous and the ones that we are always using are the building footprint, the street, and the plot. So this is all the data that have been used in this project. So I will present you, based on this data, two exploratory spatial data analysis. The first one is focusing on the vulnerability and autonomy of elder, and we use population data, so the first three data sets that I show you on that one. The question we are asking is, what are the areas with the most successful generational mix, and what are the areas where elder are the least and the most vulnerable? The second exploratory data analysis is about urban form. We want to focus on the physical characteristics of the city and understand the distribution of the different types of urban fabric. So this is for the first analysis. We start with population. So we use the philosophy dataset, the one with the square, the tessellation of space of 200 meters. And from that, we just extract the population data in order to calculate the ratio of elder of 65-year-old or more per tile. Why 65? Because if you look at the literature, more than 65, you include in that both the third age and the fourth age. So people that just retire or are about to retire, that are still dynamic, still active, and people that are on the fourth age, that is usually a bit more difficult for them. One thing that I have to say is because there are economic data in this census, most of the data are imputed because we have to keep that anonymous. So if in one tile you have less than 11 households, the data are imputed. It means that they drew bigger tile until they reach the threshold of 11 households, and then they do a cross product based on the population to get back to all the data in the data set. So most of the time are imputed data, but 20% of the tile, or 21, that are not imputed data are gathering 80% of the population. So spatially speaking, most of the tiles are imputed data, but still the tiles that are not imputed are the places where you have the real data. So we extract that, and just to have an overview, this is the density of the population per tile, and you see that the density is very strong in the center of Aix-en-Provence, Marseille, and all places. And this is the same data with just the elder of 65-year-old or more. And you see like a bit of a reverse dynamic where all the elder, or most of them, the share are bigger in the periphery and in the suburbs. So the second data, I told you, is the DEM, so digital elevation model, that we use from NASA, and from that we are calculating per tile the average slope. And then we are using the same scale as the philosophy dataset, so the tile of 200 meters, and we are calculating the average slope that we are joining to the philosophy data. So this is for Marseille, this is not the whole of the area, but as you can see, the natural cliff highlights that the urbanization is really constrained in this area. And you have some exceptions also. If you know Marseille, this is where you have the famous church La Bonne Mère, which is a church that is located in the center of Marseille. So the next step is to use the BPA. So it was the data set about the amenities, the location of amenities. And as I told you, if we keep working on this scale, the scale of the philosophy, we have tile of 200 meters. So if you read that all the literature today about the 15-minute world city, and you decide to work, for example, on a queen neighborhood topological space, from edge to edge, you will have about 600 meters, which is roughly corresponding to what is named the 15-minute city in the literature. So we decided to work on that and to calculate how many amenities were accessible in a queen topological neighborhood space in order to see if an elder is living here, to how many amenities he can reach. Okay. So if you look at the BPE, at this data set, there are a lot of different categories of amenities, like 70 or 80, I don't even remember. So we focus on a specific subset of amenities that could be interesting for the elder, like health center, doctor, but also proximity shop, supermarket, and so on. Then, for the central tile, we take all the amenities that have been in this subset, and for the one around, if there is no slope, we take all of them again, or we weight them by 2 or by 4, depending on the slope. Because the more the slope is high, the more difficult it will be for an elder to reach it. So we weighted that like this, and this is the result we obtained. So the number of accessible amenities in a queen topological space. If you look at the center, for example, you can reach more than 1,000 shop amenities, which is totally normal because we are not at a specific location, but we are at the location and around. So then we use these three data, the distribution of the header, the slope, and the amenities. And on that, we build an expert classification system. It's a tree. And on that tree, we decided at what threshold we are going to cut to extract some categories. So for the chair of elder, we use a natural distribution. We put most of them in the first class, and then we focus on the tile that had a significant proportion of elder. Then on the slope, we divided them based on the degree of the slope, focusing on research that were connecting the work when you work on some slope and the degree of the slope and the increase of the number of BPM Hertz pulsion. And finally, on the amenity, we put a threshold at 23. This was very not random. We had to focus on some specific places to decide about this threshold. Because when you look at the literature, there is nothing to say what is the best number of shops to access based on population or urbanization. So during the discussion, I can discuss a bit more about this number if you want, and how we decided about that one. So the result is that we have the share now of the total population, but also the share of 65-year-old, and that are related to what kind of urbanization surface. And you say that most of them, we put them in these two categories because we don't really care about these categories. They are the one where we have average elder, no problem with slope, no problem with amenities. We wanted to focus on the rest of the distribution. And you have very good categories, like the one in green here, or very bad category here. Like a lot of senior, bad workability, and lack of amenities. And that's just 1.7% of the header, but still that's something. That's the ones that are vulnerable. And then you have the map. So the green space are the one we are not so much focusing on. And then you can look at the pink one, or that one, and you have the description. For example, the red dots that are strong one are places that are quite good for the header, and at the reverse, the purple one are not that good. So, nearly at the end, yeah. Then I wanted to show you the second exploratory spatial data analysis, and I will go fast on that one because that's something some of you may already know. It's work that has been done by my coworker Giovanni Fusco and Alessandro Arabis. I presented this methodology at this very same conference years ago. So they use indicators that they calculate on the BD topo dataset. They use the building, the plot, and the street, and they calculate all of these indicators. You have different indicators like the street corridor effect, the building frequency, and everything. And then using a methodology on this indicator, a three-step methodology. So first you have the indicator. Then instead of using the raw result of the indicator, they do geostatistics, like with a spatial indicator of local association. And on the result of the geostatistic, rather than on the raw indicator, they do unsupervised clustering. So the method is called multiple fabric assessment. It has been published, and you will find in the paper related to this conference all the reference about this method. And then they improve the method, and a new paper is going to be published very soon. And instead of just doing a simple unsupervised clustering, they do a lot of unsupervised clustering, and they combine all of them within each other from one cluster up to 50 clusters. And this new method is called INPIAC. You will find the reference about this. So the result is that for Aix-Marseille Provence, we have like an overview of all the urban fabric that goes from the very center, the traditional fabric, to more regular fabric like here, or modernist building like here, or peripheral area, you have also the fabric of single family home, and so on. So that's the result. So all of this studies, the two spatial exploratory spatial analysis have been published. If you go to this link, you will find all the metadata explaining all the data, a geo package containing all the layers I told you about, and you will have an R code, a very simple R code, that you can run in order to obtain just a standalone HTML-based platform in order to visualize all the results. So this is a platform that you can download. And what is very interesting is that this platform that has been built using the package MapView and Leaflet, it's very easy to implement. I can show you. So I can show you maybe the platform just after the presentation during the discussion. What is very interesting is that the Region Sud is using the same format, the same kind of data that the platform that we developed for this project. So the aim at the end is to integrate all of our data, all of our research within the open platform of the metropolitan area of Aix-Marseille, and we are in talk to do that with them. So this is the last slide. Obviously, what you are also wondering, and what is missing here, is to cross the two analyses together. So the vulnerability and the autonomy of the elder and urban form. And this is what we started to do. And you have some exploratory results here that are showing that, for example, in some vulnerable area where you have a lot of elder, where the slopes are not very good, and where there is no amenities, it's related to modernist building. So there are a lot of criticism about modernist building in the literature, and I mostly agree to that. But the preliminary results show that it may not be that bad, but I'm not saying that yet, because we are doing this work now. Next future work will be to cross that with population evolution in order to understand where the population increase and decrease, and where the elder increase and decrease, is it related to some of the factors we have calculated in the study. And the last step that we are doing right now with Intel is that we sampled some specific area, and within this area, we did some survey, and we sent the intern to ask the elders that are living here, because there are a lot of things we cannot grasp through data analysis, like, for example, if they have families that are taking care of them, what about the social integration in the neighborhood, and so on. So this is the work we are doing right now. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you for your presentation. I leave the floor to question. I think that there is one. Please.
For selecting the crypto amenities, you have in principle in France possibility to have access to the data about the frequency of requests to the two different types of communities. I don't know if you all know,
Yeah.
we have data about it. We don't know.
And especially
It would be interesting for
Yes.
tracking.
I will have to look at that, but also during your keynote speech yesterday, I noticed that maybe fractal analysis could be a very good thing to define this threshold. But I will have to look at that because one of my coworkers associated to this presentation is a specialist about amenities. It's Alessandro Aradi, and even him told me he didn't know how to define this threshold. But I will look at that. And but your keynote definitely made me think about fractal analysis to do that. But yeah, we can discuss about it.
Is there any other question? Okay, so just a comment, our curiosity was
Sure.
specifically about this last comment you made. So we are interested in seeing the developments of these interactive platforms.
It's here. I can show you right now. It's open on Edge,
Okay,
right?
can you-
I can show you it. It will just take a second to open it, maybe.
Yeah,
Here.
just in line with the discussion we had,
Okay,
we
sure.
think that it's important.
It's opening. You can just show it.
Analysis and combined analysis of different indicators, and
Yeah, I know
it
it's
will be
missing.
an interesting
Yeah.
future development.
So it's just charging, and I will
Okay,
just
so
show
we
you.
can-
Because it's big because it has to charge everything. But once it's charged, you can select which layer you want
Okay.
to view. So here.
And you can see also the different layers together.
Yeah. You can see together or individually. And honestly, it's very easy to code. I'm not an
That
expert,
is an important.
and you can use the code I published.
Okay, we had a sneak peek.
Yeah, I think
It's
it.
okay.
But here you select which layer you want to, and you can zoom in, you can go in, and you can even change the background if you want satellite image, if you want map, if you want anything. And it's very easy to code. I did it by myself, and I'm not that much of an expert in code, so.
Thank you very much.
So you
Sorry, you use a leaflet.
Yes, MapView and Leaflet in R. And I don't know, maybe it's Edge. I never tried to open it with Edge. I don't know, but with Chrome it worked perfectly. I assure you, and you can even take the file or download the file. It's on Android.
Thank you very much for this class.
Okay, now it's my turn, so I'm going to show you our research developed developed by Elena Sodella, Marica Cavallo, and me, which is entitled, as you can see, Urban Sustainability Toward European Mission and Challenges. Where do we stand? So, okay. Okay, so the context of the research consider the contemporary debates related to the role of sustainability in urban development to respond to the substantial challenges implied by cities. So in this context, we all know that planners and policymakers play a crucial role in shaping cities. Science, of course, they have the power to choose which urban concept to adopt. So in parallel to this, we focus on the fact that in the last decades, several conceptualization of cities emerge in the literature and in the policy disclosure. And so in this slide, we can see the 9 categories that receive more attention and are so the eco-city, low-carbon city, knowledge cities, resilient, inclusive, smart, and sustainable city. So the question is which model we should follow. So, okay. In this context, the aim of the research is twofold. So first, outline which city conceptualization are encouraged in the European framework and define the related key aspect that characterize their development. And the second goal is to define a set of indicators to monitor this aspect starting from existing indicator framework. Specifically, this research focuses on which city conceptualization are encouraged in the European Horizon for Research and Innovation. So we as a guiding program for future research and innovation. So we focus on the strategic plan, that set the priorities towards sustainable development and in the clusters and mission of the program. So in order to understand where we stand toward the European mission. Going on, the research has been structured in 2 phases, namely first a content analysis of the document of the Horizon Europe, of course, and then an indicator screening to define the set of indicators to monitor the development of each European city conceptualization. According to the first step, its first phase, it is divided in 3 steps, so 3 textual analysis. A first textual analysis on the strategic plan in order to understand which city conceptualization are promoted in this document, and then a second textual analysis in the 7 work programs, so in cluster and missions, in order to understand if the city conceptualization promoted in the strategic plan are also here considered and promoted as well. And then a third textual analysis related again to the cluster mission to highlight which are the key aspects related to each city conceptualization that could be considered in the assessment of the development of the considered model. So in this slide, we can see that the 5 out of 9 more considered city model mentioned in the strategic plan and how they are defined. I have to say that for this phase, the textual analysis has been developed through the use of artificial intelligence and more specifically through the ChatGPT. So due to the risk of inconsistent performance or biases output, we develop a traditional qualitative analysis in order to refine the results. We can observe from this slide, of course, that the main considered city model are the inclusive city, which is more focused, as we can see, on social dimension, the low carbon and the resilient cities that are more focalized on the environmental fields, then the smart city that of course is focused on technologies, and finally the sustainable cities, which is the only one that focuses on all 3 the dimension of sustainability. But from this definition, we cannot say that this conceptualization includes all the previous definition. The next step foresee the textual analysis, as I mentioned before, on the cluster and mission to observe, again through ChatGPT, if the 5 city conceptualization are here promoted. And the research produced 2 different scenarios. First scenario, the one represented in blue in the slide, which is that represent the city conceptualization which are explicitly promoted in this document. And the other one are the one that are just mentioned, are not explicitly mentioned, but there are related concepts that can be identified. Then a third textual analysis has been performed in order to observe which are the key aspects that characterize the development of these city models. That could be the basis for the identification of the next step of the indicator for monitoring the development of these cities. So this slide synthesizes the results. So we can see in the cycle in blue the 24 key aspects that emerge, and the surrounding arches represent the city model to which they are linked. So based on this analysis, it can be highlighted that the key aspect that related to all the 5 city conceptualization are only the first, you can see in the slide, so the city participation and the sustainable urbanization, which are the more broad key aspects. And it is also interesting to note that some of the key aspects are unexpectedly mentioned only with respect to one city model. This is the case, for instance, of renewable energy that it is mentioned in this document only in relation to the low carbon cities, but of course we know that it's certainly linked to the sustainable city as reported in 2013 agenda and the European Green Deal. Moving to the second phase of the research, it is related to the indicator screening. So this phase aims to provide again the set of indicator. So we collect document from institution, from a European institution, and then we select 11 publications that provide existing sustainable development framework for city at European level. And so accordingly, the publication that we observe are the one of Eurostat, JRC, EEA, and OECD that has been screening with an in-depth exploration. And the results of these phases provide a total of 114 indicator, existing indicator that can be traced back to the 24 key aspects that I showed you before. So in this slide and the following one, we can see the list of the all indicator with the respective unit of measurement and of course the specific key aspect. Very broad, I can say that based on this analysis, we can highlight the fact that at least one indicator is available for all the key aspects. Some key aspects, so the one related to the environmental field, are the more supplied with by available indicator, of course, as we can see the efficiency. Energy efficiency, renewable energy, and land use for C10 and 15 indicator. And instead, some other key aspects, the one related to the social and cultural field, are less investigated, namely the accessibility, the cultural diversity, and the cultural heritage that foresee only 2 or 3 indicators. So moving to the conclusion, the result of the research make it possible to observe that at the theoretical level, many of the crucial aspects are shared among the city conceptualization, and this is constitutes the basis for further development, potentially aimed at outlining unique city model or a macro city model, city conceptualization that could be pursued at the European level, that could be conceptualized as a sample of the shared aspect among the different city conceptualization that we see before, and we think that it could be useful in terms of directing and stimulating effective urban transformation and action towards the unified goals. Moreover, at the practical level, the research revealed a large number of available indicators, as we see in the slide. So this should be managed by identifying some indicator that should be more suitable than other with respect to their use. For instance, for the measurement and the monitoring process. So, for instance, in the phase of framing and monitoring the global transformation of the cities with respect to specific goal, or in the evaluation process, in assessing individual transformation plans and projects that can contribute to our overall goals. Moreover, we cannot consider this set of indicators directly as an operative framework, but more as a starting theoretical point for further action and research. Indeed, we have to consider the necessity to decline each indicator at the national, regional, and local level to capture the specificity of each content. So this step would imply reflection on operational aspects and challenges, so data availability and homogeneity in terms of time and space. And that's all. So thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. First of all, I leave the floor to the audience if there is any question. Okay. In this case, I'm involved in the paper, so I won't do any question, just a comment. So related to the fact that it was interesting just to test and experiment with ChatGPT, also to provide such a textual analysis. Of course, we are aware of the risks, so of course it's important to triangulate
Yes.
the data and analysis as we did in this case in order to check the biases that the artificial intelligence can have. So I think you can.
So now it's the turn of Antonino Marvuglia with the exploratory analysis of building blocks, a case study for the cities history research in Luxembourg.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to the selection committee for selecting our paper for this session. I'm going to present a work which relates to the exploratory analysis of building stock, precisely in the city of Esch-sur-Alzette in the south of Luxembourg. This work was funded by jointly by the Luxembourg National Research Fund, the FNR, and the UK Engineering and Physics Studies Research Council. So, first of all, I provide a little bit of context to the study. We all know that buildings overall are responsible for a high share of resource and energy use, and as well as of a high share of GHG emissions. And we also know that a high share of the residential and non-residential building stock in Europe is quite old, so necessitates heavy renovation actions to cut down emissions and energy use. And to set priority actions for renovation at the city level, what should be more and more used is the urban building energy models at city scale, which can help in these prioritization actions to renovate the building stock. So very, very briefly, let's say we can conceptualize the development of an urban building energy model in two blocks. One is the proper model development, and the second one is the model simulation block. And of course, the blocks interact with validation and calibration steps. And if we go to the model development step, we can simplify it in two phases. The first one is the characterization and the visualization of the building stock with 3D city models. And the second one is the development of building archetypes, which characterize the differences in building types. And in the model simulation block, we have the phase of characterization of the urban climate data that are used then to run the simulations in the urban building energy model simulation engine. In this presentation, and the work that it's behind it, we focused only on the archetype development, which is a type of model which is done at the bottom-up level, and it's characterized by the fact that there is no standard for the moment methods to perform building archetypes characterization, and that's why there are a plethora of methods which have been used in the literature to perform this task. And nonetheless, this remains still a big challenge in urban building energy model development. Among the various approaches, I cite a few ones. So some are based on statistical techniques, others are more data-driven, and some others are more causality-driven, based on Bayesian methods, and many more can be found in the literature. So in our case, our approach unfolds in these 7 phases, we can say. So the data collection and organization, the multivariate exploratory data analysis. In this particular case, we use the factor analysis of mixed data method. Then the phase which we can call building stock fragmentation, which is characterized by 3 steps. One is a deterministic building stock fragmentation, where the buildings are divided by year of construction, building type, and the combination of the two. Then there is a step of variables combination where we select the different types of variables with different techniques that we are going to see in the next slides. And then there is the proper clustering method. In this particular case, we use the partitioning around Medoit's method, but of course there are also here a plethora of methods that can and have been used to perform clustering. Finally, we do some quality assessments of the solutions that we obtained. And by solutions, I mean the subdivision of the building stock in the different clusters, and we use for that silhouette and rand index. And so at the end, the final step is the characterization of the building stock in the different archetypes. In the phase of data collection, I try to be brief. So we collect data. The data that we use are a little bit old because it's not easy to access data at the city level in the municipalities. But in 2017, we managed through a previous project to collect data about dwellings in the city of Esch-sur-Alzette. This was done in a project called Daedalus. Was a postdoc project by Alessio Mastrucci. So in the paper that is cited in this slide, we performed in a nutshell the following steps. So we collected GIS data and LiDAR data to derive the 3D city model of the city, 3D building model of the city. Then so we could develop the building type and period of construction divided in cohorts of buildings. So the geometry at this moment was known, and via a combination of real data collected at the municipality concerning building permits and national statistical data, we managed then to obtain a subdivision of the representative building elements and allocation of those elements in the to the various buildings, including also the retrofitting operations for the buildings for which we knew that retrofitting actions had been performed and when. So once we have obtained the distribution of the building elements in the building stocks, then we have our database of the part for the study. So we end up with this list of variables. Of course, the first one is irrelevant; it's just the idea of the building. Then those variables we can divide in categorical and numerical variables. Just as an example, so if, for example, the building types, we divide the buildings in these 4 categories, which are the 4 categories representative of our building stock, but which are also very common in many studies performed by other authors. Then, in terms of heating system types, we divide in 4 systems, and then in terms of windows types, we have 7 types of systems with different, of course, thermal physical characteristics. So these are the variables that we deal with. As we see, there is a mix of categorical and numerical variables. That's why then we use the FAMD method to deal with this mix of numerical and categorical variables. And then the last variable, it's important. It's a numerical variable, but it's the final energy use intensity, which is not a measured variable, but it was derived using a simplified energy model, which is a thermal balance model of the buildings. And this was done building by building in the previous project that I already mentioned. So very simply, we calculated the final energy use intensity as the sum of the monthly energy use building by building as the result of the energy balance of each building. So then for the first exploratory data analysis of the data set, we applied this factor analysis of mixed data method because, as we said, we can handle well numerical and categorical features at the same time. So we have a factor map on the right hand side of the slide where we represent the variables. So the variables which are closer to the circle of correlation means that they are well represented by the variance. The variance subdivision, let's say, of the variance in among the different variables performed with the method, and the variables which are grouped together are correlated among each other, while the variables which are far apart from each other are uncorrelated. So we can see, for example, that the year on construction is negatively correlated with the U value, so the transmittance of the walls or the roofs also. And this is quite normal because, of course, along the course of the years, while the year increases, the performance of the buildings improved. Therefore, the U values decreased. And then we see that there are a number of variables like foot area or surface of the walls which are correlated. This is also quite normal. We see them grouped together on the right-hand side of the circle. The one thing that we can infer from the script plot, which gives the distribution of the variance explained in the different dimensions identified by the FAMD method, is that they don't explain a lot of the variance. So in total, let's say that the first two principal components of the FAMD explain around only 19% of the variance. This means that, let's say, there is a lot of redundancy in the data. We cannot really isolate dimensions which are representative of the most of the variability that we have in the data set. Then for the deterministic building stock fragmentation, as I mentioned earlier, so we have this identified four types. Here I grouped together multifamily houses and mixed usage buildings, which are the ones where we have commerce activities and also private dwellings in the same building. And for the cohorts in terms of time periods, we identified these 4 time periods that we could infer basically quite easily from the frequency distribution of the buildings in the city. We can see that there is a first phase, which is after, let's say, the year 1900, because it was the starting of the mining activities and siderurgical activities in Luxembourg. Then we can identify another period, which is the reconstruction post Second World War, and then we can identify the third wave, which is more or less the one where in the year 2000, when we started, let's say, with the banking system in Luxembourg and the European institutions. So we divide the buildings in this way, in the combination of these. And then for the variable combination choice, we have identified firstly the 4 schemes where we could that we can consider expert knowledge based. Basically, we extracted some variables that we wanted to explore one by one, except the first scheme that includes all the variables, and then the last 2 ones are feature engineering based. We can see that the variable selection 5 is an unsupervised feature selection of the data, and here we can see in the graph below that there are some redundancies in the data. For example, length of the walls, outer walls, and the surface are let's say alternatively selected. So it means that there is some redundancies, and but also we see that most of the variables are selected in every group of deterministically determined building codes. They are selected. So and the last one is the one we used again FAMD, but we selected every time those variables which represented 75% of the variance in each fragmentation. So we went over the 10 variables. Just very briefly, so this is what we end up in terms of in terms of number of clusters. So there is a minimum and a maximum number of clusters according to the different methods used, but not necessarily when we have more clusters. This means that it's better. So it's a better fragmentation, but it possibly includes also an excess in building subdivisions, which is not necessary. On the other hand, too low number of clusters can mean that we lose information. Spoiler alert, let's say, I will try to briefly explain why later. We selected as a best fragmentation the one that was done with the variable selection scheme number 2. What did we do? So a quality assessment. Firstly, we used this silhouette index method to assess the quality of the clusters in terms of topological subdivision. So obviously the best clusters are the ones which are more compact and farther apart from each other. And we can see here that, let's say, apart from variable correlation scheme number 5, but that has, let's say, across the different deterministic subdivision schemes, a quite good topological distribution. But as we saw before, it selects too many variables. So we consider concentrate on variable scheme number 2, and in particular on the ones after 2000, on the sub-selection after 2000, which have the highest values of the silhouette index. So of course, variable scheme number 1, we take it apart because it includes also the energy use, and the energy use is something that was derived, that was not measured, and moreover, when we will apply the scheme on a new building set, we will not know the energy use. So the energy use is the variable of our interest, and we want to take it out because we want to obtain some clusters which are representative of what the energy use will be when we subdivide the clusters in the different the buildings in the different groups using variable characteristics which don't include the energy use. How do we assess that? We use the RAND index. The RAND index is basically going between 0 and 1. Number one, RAND index number 1 means that when we compare two different clusterings, so two different subdivisions of the main data set, they identify, the two different clustering methods identify the same clusters. Whereas if the value is 0, it means that in principle one method clusters all the buildings in the same cluster, while the other method identifies each building as a different cluster. So here we can see that the variable combination number 2 is the one which is the closest to the number 1, which we took it out. So it means that it identifies clusters which are the most representative of the energy consumption of the buildings without using the energy consumption as selection variables for the clustering. Again, of course, the buildings are previously divided in the deterministic cohorts, as we saw before. I will skip that. I will show only that these results. So for this variable scheme, for example, we see that there are 3 clusters if we focus only on the buildings built after 2000. And so we can see that more or less we have one cluster which is well represented and well apart from the others, while there are 2 clusters which partially overlap. This is unavoidable because we saw it in many cases, and it depends also on the fact that our information doesn't include all the building renovation steps which have been performed. Therefore, for example, the area construction is not at all representative of the characteristics of the buildings in reality, because some materials, some renovation actions have been performed, and we don't know it in the database. So to conclude, we have seen that we have identified the 43 clusters as the best partitioning of our building set with the partitioning around Mendoza's method, and we can suggest this in this particular case at least as the best methodology to perform archetypes identification in the building stock, with a caveat, which is also something that was mentioned in other previous works, that it's better to perform deterministic building partitioning, so dividing the buildings by building typology and area construction before performing the clustering of the buildings with any clustering methods. In this case, we use PAM, but we could have used the others. The novelty of our approach, therefore, lays in the exploration of different variable combinations and the application of unsupervised variable selection combined with the variable extraction methods. However, we also have to highlight the fact that when we use clustering algorithms, this always brings some concerns related to the sample size of the buildings, because it can happen that, and it happened also in our case, that for some categories, combination of building of area construction and building typology, you end up with so little, which is such a low number of buildings that you cannot perform clustering on that cohort. Finally, future perspectives. Of course, we would like to collect new data to better validate the approach, but this is always a challenge. We would like to apply larger scale data using possibly to ameliorate for this problem the generative adversarial networks to create synthetic data, as it has been already done in the literature. For example, in the cited paper here by Wu et al., they use GANs to generate synthetic data. And then, of course, perform uncertainty quantifications. For example, we would like to use extreme learning machines which has been already applied, even including a mathematical method to automatically perform uncertainty of the forecasts. And then, of course, one possibility to make use of the work we have done is to include the labels that we have applied now to the buildings once we have clustered them as an additional inputs to the building energy models that we will build, be it data-driven or engineering methods like the one we show that we used in the previous project. So with this, I conclude. This is the list of the cited literature, and once again, I would like to thank you for your attention and funding agencies for their economical support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So first we want to ask if there are any questions, comments.
I find your usage of the run index very smart. I didn't thought about trying to do that, like to compare the run index by removing the energy efficiency. That's I find that very, very interesting. And also, just talking about the run index, I want to know if the PAM are sensitive to random initialization. Because what I know from what I did previously about application clustering, that I use the run index just on a single clustering, but I run several clustering, and I use the run index just to find which clustering was closer to the whole distribution of clustering. Because sometimes you don't think about that, but with the same parameter, just because of random initialization, it can be very different.
So basically, there is one reason why also we use the reason, of course, you grasped that aspect already. So the reason why we use the run index is because we want to have clusters which are well structured, but also which are representative of the energy use that we will have once the clusters are labeled with their cluster label, let's say. And that's why so we remove exactly that feature, and then we see how well they are represented when we compare. The PAM, I mean, the advantage is, yes, it's not unsensitive, but it's less sensitive to the initial choice initialization than, for example, k-means, because they use the medoids. The medoids are really points which are already part of the data sets, whereas k-means uses centroids. And centroids can be really, let's say, biased and dragged apart, let's say, by outliers. So PAMS is less sensitive to outliers, and therefore also initial settings, so initialization, than other algorithms. But it's not unsensitive, of course. This is unavoidable. Yes, qualitative, but let's say the qualitative data have been transformed. So the categorical variables are transformed in dummy variables before. So like with 0, 1 are transformed and also normalized to perform the.
Just one comment about the pattern. I'm full with it.
Okay.
Actually, we use the distance, the Gauss distance. So the Gauss distance. So when you have network features, you can get this depending on the distance that you are using. Okay. So you cannot use within distance, but in this case you can use Gauss distance or other metrics to construct.
For each category, you go to program.
Yeah, we use Gauss distance for that.
Yeah. Right.
So you spoke about GAM at the end for future perspective of work. I'm actually writing a writing project to try to get funding to work on GAM. And I know that in GAM you have like a true positive in order to reproduce the data.
Yeah.
So what kind of data as true positive would you like to reproduce? What would you fit the GAM to produce data?
Let's say what I've seen in the cited paper is that they use, for example, they collect different energy use data. And then they want to reproduce them according to different, let's say, because energy use data are time series at the end. So they categorize energy use data in different typologies of time series. So, for example, weekends, specific holidays, or specific moments of the day, etc. And they want to use this GAM. So they use measured data, and then they use for buildings of which they know some characteristics, and they know also the data because they are metered. And then to extrapolate this kind of information to other buildings for which they don't know the energy use data. in this sense, then these energy use data are synthetic data, but they treat them as if they were measured. So
That's interesting because that would meant to use a constrained GAN network, which means you will constrain the GAN to produce some data.
Yes.
On data that you will fix, right?
oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but this is the philosophy of the GANs. So you give an example, and they have to reproduce other examples which look very likely. Likely, not real, but likely real. So that's the philosophy.
In that case, you constrain the GAN to keep some feature,
It's-
one you have, to produce the feature you don't have.
it's-
That's why it's a bit modified compared
Yeah.
to the original philosophy, I would say.
Yeah, it is slightly modified, but there is also, as always, I think maybe Mohammed can say more about that. There's always, let's say, the possibility of excluding other features that could appear in the future, because even the GANs, they are based on trained on thousands maybe of patterns, but the patterns are the ones that you have, and then maybe a new pattern could appear at some point, and then the GANs cannot reproduce it. But it's always no, it's like.
Okay, so there are no more questions. We think that this session is finished. So we want to thank you again for being with us and follow and discuss all the interesting presentation. And for one who want to join us, this session will proceed yes, in room D. And I think so. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Pazzesco.
The first author should be Besma, but it's not here. So maybe I can start with the second one, that is my presentation, and we can wait to Besma for the next.
Perché l'altra cosa è aspettare, perché se qualcuno magari
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for coming. We are waiting for the first presenter of today. That is Besma Alagui. So we will just wait some minutes.
probably if they do not present, it's better to wait, because if other people can come, checking the schedule.
Detto che non si
However,
sente.
we may introduce the session.
Vabbè, perché non si sente.
E come fai, Greco?
Vabbè. I tasti,
È una
i tasti,
ragazza?
no, i tasti in zampa. Non ti preoccupare, uso Windows da 50 anni. Cazzo. Cosa volevo introdurre?
Lo spirito della sessione, magari un po' di tempo. Quindi, questa maglietta del serie scriveva. Adrian is present.
Farah. Non c'è. Fred inizia col mio, così ne facciamo. Okay? So,
Introduce.
So let's introduce the session. This is the session 5E, called with the acronym IWA, Advanced and Innovative Web Apps. So thank you for coming. The core of the session is to talk about the emerging technologies for web development. And also we talk about how we can improve the modern application, taking into account the advances that we obtained with the cloud computing. And also there are some things that can be performed today with the serverless computing. And we talk about how can we improve the legacy applications that require, for example, a lot of bandwidth for the users, with also the cloud moving from, for example, we will see a paper that provides some videos to users that have the a specific syndrome, using some techniques that generate the video locally. So, but also in Hiwa we can also see some new development architectures and model on how to choose the right architecture to develop your web apps. So the program showed that the first paper should be presented by Besma Alagui, but right now I cannot see her in the virtual room. So
I will introduce you at that point.
If you want.
I give the floor to Damiano Verri, because he's the presenter of the second paper, which is entitled "A New Exercise Environment for the Experimental Treatment of Visual Law." As Damiano will highlight, visual law is a sort of syndrome related to the view of things of the world neighborhood, and this is an interesting work that has been carried out since last year. And in this case, we present an extension, because it's very useful for the physical treatment of this sort of disease, which is essentially a neurological disease. Please, Damiano.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. This is the presentation, and the presentation is divided in 4 parts: an introduction, the proposed solution, next we will talk about the future works, and finally we will see some conclusions. So first of all, I would like to introduce what is the visual law. That is a neurological disease that causes a flashing dot to appear through the visual field. You can imagine the visual snow like an untuned television. If you in your life have tuned a television, probably you have encountered the white noise that you see around the image if the television is not correctly tuned. And some people have this sort of visions of the world every day, and it's called visual snow syndrome. This syndrome is not related to the eyes of the peoples, but to a neurological problem related to some neurons that doesn't work very well. And it's a very stressful disease, because it's present during all the day of the people, during the morning, the afternoon, and so on. And but there are also some other diseases that can be explained. For example, the blue field entropic effect on the left and the aura effect that can be misunderstood with the visual snow syndrome. For example, the aura is when you see some lights that pop up in your field of vision and remain in the field, and in some cases also they pop up also during the night, during the sleeping phase. The people sleep and see some lights, stroboscopic lights in the vision. And the blue field entropic effect is another phenomenon that can be also confused with the visual snow. For example, the people look the sky, the blue sky during the daylight, and I see some little dots that pop up and moves all around. But it's another type of effect, and it's not the visual snow syndrome. There are also some other DCAs that can be misunderstood. The floaters that are some elements inside the macula that moves around when the people look around those floaters just moves in the vision, and but they are not the visual snow. And finally the palinopsia, that is something like a trail of the image. Generally, it's the image perceived by these patients is described as that obtained with an incorrectly tuned television settings. So the visual snow syndrome is currently studied because it's a relatively new disease, in the sense that is discovered in recent years, and also a cure. It's under development, but today we doesn't have a real and effective cure that can be applied in the 100% of the case. So that's the problem. An innovative approach, it's consists of a 21-day cycle where the patients watch videos. Each video is 30 minutes long, and it's like a movie that show video noise. So this is carried out by the Visual Imagery Project from the Visual Snow initiative, and an important association that try to provide a treatment to the peoples. And we are also in touch with the Visual Snow initiative that suggested us this task to try to help people. So imagine that those guys need to stay in front of a monitor and watch a video for 30 minutes every day. So that's the task. And the video show a video noise. The idea is that those movies focus their attention on the external visual stimulus, and they reduce the perception of the internal visual disturbance. The most important limitation of this therapy is that it requires a very large bandwidth, because imagine that if you want to encode a video, usually you obtain all the advantages of the modern technologies, because for example, the encoder H.264, it's one of the most popular encoder today, analyze the matrices of the video, the pixels, and try to optimize the bandwidth and the storage of the video. In order, for example, if you want to encode a football play, you usually have a large green Socher field, and the encoder will introduce so many and effective simplification. But if you want to encode a video that is composed only with the noise, you cannot take the advantages of the video encoder. So the videos that the association, the Visual Initiative, provide to the user are very large, in order of 5 gigabytes for a 30 minutes video, because it cannot be reduced in size. So we introduce a proposed approach that can solve this problem. Our approach is based on generating video noise locally on the client side, in order to use the computational power of the notebook, of the smartphone, or the computer that the user is using, in order to download only the piece of code, for example, a JavaScript code that is some kilobytes of size, in order to generate the video locally. So we can program the algorithm that generate the video noise of the specific exercise that the person must do, in order to avoid the download of a large video. So the code can be downloaded and executed locally inside the user browser without the limitation of the operative systems. For instance, we doesn't need to program for example, Android, iOS, Windows, macOS, or Linux. We compute the algorithm inside the web browser that it's like a sort of virtual machine, and abstract the operative system, and the user can perform the task on the system that he is using. So the amount of data required for the treatment is greatly reduced. So the JavaScript programming language is extremely versatile, popular, and allows the programmer to write code that can be executed on the device of the user. And we can also manage to run this JavaScript code on, for example, some 3D virtual reality gadget that can produce an immersive virtual reality, and the user is not more limited to view the video noise on, for example, the display of the laptop, but can be immersed inside the virtual world, and he can see the noise all around him. So the proposed solution it's for now developed for the most popular browsers, for example, Chrome, Safari, and we taken into account Firefox. Edge, it's Chromium based, so it's not a problem. And these statistics are taken from similarweb.com in May 2023. And the exercise can also be tuned in order to select the characteristics of the noise that we must produce. For example, we can set the duration of the exercise, the intensity of, in order to tune the exercise to the patient's requirements. And this is an example of what the algorithm produces. It's you must imagine that the noise is, for example, live, a sort of live streaming, and the noise is moving all around the image. Okay, this is just a picture, we can imagine that the noise is moving all around, simulating like exactly an untuned television. And this is another example with the intensity set to 255. And we can also manage to change the steps of the X and the Y in order to produce different type of video noise. So let me show you the comparison between the legacy approach and the proposed approach. In the legacy approach, the Visual Snow initiative provide video streaming with videos in order of 4 gigs of storage space required, and also the bandwidth required to download the video, and our approach required 1 megabytes. And also the GPU usage is reduced because it's not a video streaming, but it's generated by the CPU. And naturally, the CPU usage is increased in respect to the legacy approach. So the table was obtained with the system composed with the components described in the slide, an i7, 64 gigs of RAM, and an NVIDIA dedicated GPU as graphic card. So for future work, and I'm concluding, we plan to expand what we have created and try to develop this type of task using the Unity software that it's a very popular software for virtual reality environment development, and also try to get in touch with the expert of the Visual Snow initiative to match the requirement of provided by them. So we are very interested in continuing this project and analyzing future development. And I think that we can conclude the presentation. Okay, thank you.
Are there questions? Thoughts? Okay. Okay, we recover soon. Okay.
Do we have internet connection here?
Internet?
Wi-Fi?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Do you have a password?
Do you have a DRAM?
Sorry.
Do you have a DRAM?
I do.
No. Okay. Maybe I think that we can try to solve the problem.
The Wi-Fi is there.
Ah, ok.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Allora lascio il posto a me perché sennò...
Sì, la introduco. Ok. So, let me introduce the next presenter, Besma Alagui, that if you want, you can join here. The title of the paper is Chatbot Feedback on Students' Writing, Typology of Comments and Effectiveness. Yes, please. You can come here.
Thank you.
Otherwise, if you have the presentation in a PDF file, we can just open the presentation here,
That's what I'm
as
trying
you
to-
want.
Yeah, okay. Yes, so it's this one, but I don't know how to send it to you.
Do you have a pen drive?
No, I can send it to your email if you want.
Yes, but I don't have the email here because it's not my computer.
Okay, I'll open my email over there. I'll send it to myself and then open
Oh, okay. But maybe if you can just connect, you can join the meeting.
It says use.
User Wi-Fi guest 0.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Don't check this one.
This one. This one.
If you want, I can help you.
Okay. Thank you.
I can try at least. Let's try.
Username is missing.
But I digit the username. How is it possible? Okay. Do you have a pen drive? Maybe Osvaldo.
Can I check maybe if I open my.
Maybe you can. Can we put the? So please.
Where I can see that where is the drive.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, let's try firstly on the desktop, then move. Oh.
But you have Teams.
Let's. This is the presentation, right? Okay. Can I open up a folder? This PC. Let's try again. La penna non va. The pen drive seems not to work. But probably it's not the third drive. You have another one here. Can I use it? No,
I open one account, my Facebook or whatever, anything. Teams.
Yes,
Teams
but you don't have the network connection.
Oh. Why it's not connecting?
Maybe we can. Yes, but the computer doesn't seems to look the pen drives because we have two of them, but no one of them is working.
Can I open my
presentation on Google Drive?
Yeah, that's what I tried to check. Yeah,
Open it from
please.
share and see.
You can do it.
because I think I put a different version.
Yes, please.
I can go here. This one.
Yeah, another tab. Okay.
Yeah, but
I don't
tried to guess. Okay.
It's working.
Let me check because I sent it to myself. hope it's this one.
Okay.
Because
Excellent.
I maybe sent the wrong
Don't
version
worry,
to
don't
my.
worry. It's fine. Let's try. Let's try.
No, it's not this one.
It doesn't work here.
It's not this one?
Not this one. This is the draft. What do I do here?
Press
Yes, but this is not the right presentation.
in
So.
order to close.
Thank you, thank you. And what about this?
Press
This? Okay. The Alt F4 always work. So,
I need to. Okay, yes.
can someone help her to join the Wi-Fi network? No.
What about the other one? This one.
Yes, but
The username is different there. Or
this is not the Wi-Fi that is joining. But
Whenever I write the password,
okay, try this one.
okay,
And the
same thing.
here the username or password are different. Let me go share which one is different.
Because it's my work laptop.
I think that we can pass to the next one, and I think that if you can come here, I can try to fix the problem with her. So, in order to solve the problem, thank you, Adrian, for waiting.
No worries.
Sorry for the delay. I'll give the floor to
yeah.
Osvaldo Gervasi, and I'll try
If
to
I
solve
can
the
help
problem
with
with
something, the next speaker is Adrian Pecco, which will present a very cool presentation entitled Evolution of Application from Natively Installed to Web and Decentralized. Please, Adrian.
Can you hear me? I don't know if you can.
We cannot hear
me.
you. We cannot hear you.
My microphone is working. Can you hear me now?
It's a microphone.
Good morning. Here we can hear you.
Okay, so maybe it's the room.
I guess now we can hear you, Adrian. Can
Yeah?
try again? Okay, good, very good.
Wonderful. So I will share my screen now. Just a second. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. So the title of this paper is Evolution of Applications from Natively Installed to Web and Decentralized. The idea came up some time ago because we saw a trend in applications shifting from a installed package on the user's device to web. So we are going to go through introduction, applications, types of applications, advantages, disadvantages of the types of hybrid web native, user experience and technical challenges of achieving this shift. What does Web3 and decentralization mean in shifting from installable to web? We have a research on comparing locally installed app, a very popular document editing software, and some conclusions regarding to this topic. So as we may have seen, a lot of the apps that we're using today have evolved in the sense of now we don't necessarily need to have an installable package to use popular apps like, I don't know, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Everything is becoming available online. And this offers a lot of advantages, but also poses some challenges. So the aim of this paper, as previously stated, is to see what are those challenges and to compare some popular apps in that sense. So traditionally, installable app would be composed of a bundle which has some configuration files, static files, libraries, and internal storage. So every app that we install on our computer basically follows the same pattern. And the apps that have been identified as part of this study are native users installed applications like phone applications or desktop or tablet or any app that can be downloaded as a package and installed, web-based applications that can be run only in the context of a web browser, hybrid web applications, which are web apps but bundled or packaged to look as a native application, and progressive web applications, which has been a trend for some time but doesn't seem to have got too much traction so far. And we can see here that we have two main categories, which are natively installed and web apps, but they converge into the two mentioned before, which are progressive web apps and hybrid web apps, which we are going to talk about in a few seconds. So for native applications, we have some advantages and disadvantages. Advantages being that they are very performant. They can access native functionality like microphone, camera, calendar, contacts, file system, and so on. The user experience is usually pretty good and pretty fast, and they can obviously work offline. Unfortunately, the disadvantages are that whenever we want to develop a native application, we need to have specialized knowledge, as in we need to know the platform that we're building on. We need to build the app if we want support for Windows, for MacBook, for iOS, Android. We need to develop a separate application. Another challenge would be how do we distribute that app? And in terms of cross-platform capabilities, it's pretty hard to achieve the same consistency from one platform to the other. And of course, this translates into higher development costs because we would need a specialized team for every of those platforms that we're intending to develop on. In terms of web, as we are using right now, Jitsi, it's accessible from any device, laptop, phone, tablet. The infrastructure behind the apps can scale to support many users. It's shareable, as in we only need a link to access a specific application, and you can easily find out about an application using search engines. So in terms of disadvantages, the apps may not work offline, but some of them have capabilities to work offline. They are dependent on the internet connectivity, and data is not usually stored locally on the user's device. Now, hybrid is, as previously stated, a combination between the two. So we're trying to reduce the development costs, as in we're using one team to develop the whole product, but we are wrapping the application to work on any device. So as you can see, advantages are pretty clear. We use web technologies. We write once, deploy anywhere. We have offline support. But in terms of performance, we do have some disadvantages, as in it's still a web browser. It might not behave as we expected. It might not look native enough, depending on the device. We depend on third-party frameworks, and even though offline support is there, it might be limited in so many ways. Now, in terms of transitioning from this natively installed app to a web version of it, we have some UX and technical challenges. For example, as previously stated, we have performance issues, UX issues, because even though we are creating an app which looks very good, it might not feel native or look like it's a native application. We have offline access issues. And again, there's connectivity and latency provided by the fact that we might use external resources. And let's not forget about animations and GPU usage, which again, when working in this hybrid environment, or web environment, we are limited by the capabilities of the browser. So there are some ways to tackle these challenges, which is using caching, server-side rendering, providing offline access with service workers. We can also ensure feature parity between the native app and the web version of it, and we can definitely tackle the RAM usage and the GPU usage using thinking of a strategy to use animations, shifting between JS and CSS whenever it fits our needs. So this is from a UX perspective. But now, moving into the technical challenges of this, we do have some technical challenges because for web applications, they are exposed if we are not using a firewall. So they are available online. They need to be scalable. And it's for some specialized applications which interact with physical devices, with machines, it's pretty difficult to achieve that when using a web application. So in order to tackle all of these challenges, we need to consider using a secure cloud infrastructure to host the application. We need to see what strategy do we have for scaling with microservices. So these are some very important factors when shifting from a natively installed app, which mostly depends on the resources that you have on your laptop or your device, to a web version of the same application. And we need to also consider how do we ensure the connectivity to that machinery that we need to interact with. Now, moving even further from native to web to decentralized. So this is another very important aspect, because if we are present in a Web 2 environment in which all of the clients access one app, one web application, which is hosted on a server, if we want to go even more in which the infrastructure is decentralized, meaning that all of the peers interact with themselves, but the app is somehow providing the common means to this interaction. Also, not knowing who the client is also provides some difficulties, because in the Web3 environment, our clients may be anonymous. So that is another very important thing to consider. And again, as previously stated, there is no central governing in Web3, which means that all of the peers have some authority and can control the direction of the data which is present in the application. Also, the privacy, as previously stated, we don't necessarily know the participants that are using our application. moving further, regarding the research on comparing two applications, one available locally installed and the same version of it available online, we have used two files, one small file and one large file, to see what is the speed in which we can open that file, what is the memory consumption when opening each of those files. So that there have been some 20-second consecutive runs of the same tests using a very good internet connectivity speed and two devices to see whether the results are consistent or not. The analysis, again, have been made using the activity monitor and the network inspection tools available in Google Chrome, and optimization and or the relative improvement of the whole the application, the web application as compared to the native application has been compared with the formula present here, very intuitive. Files used for testing are one pretty small file of almost 400 kilobytes and one large file of 32 megabytes. And the results show a big favor of the web applications. But again, the results have been are a comparison between the web version and the native version of the same application, though we need to consider the fact that this might not apply to all applications depending on their size and their domain of activity. The only degradation in performance we can see on the top right here was using the device 2, which has seen a 10% RAM, more occupied RAM when opening a small file. We can look at the charts, and it's pretty obvious that the device, the M1 device, performs much better in some scenarios. The charts show again an improvement in performance for web applications as compared to desktop or native applications. So to sum up, we have seen an evolution, and the aim of this paper was to see what is the journey of this transition. Is it worth it? What are the hurdles of migrating an application from installing it on your device and having it publicly available on the internet? What are the UX challenges, the technical challenges? How does the interaction change with the application when you're present in a web environment? The comparative study between the two versions of the same applications, as previously stated, show a performance improvement in terms of web, and that's most likely caused by the fact that we are loading only whatever we need when using a web environment, because it also causes some stress on the servers and the internet connectivity. So we are trying to optimize that interaction with the web application as opposed to the desktop application, which mostly relies on the performance of the device that we are using. And with this, I want to conclude the research and the presentation of this paper.
Okay, thanks, Adrian, for your presentation. Any question, please?
Thank you for your presentation, Adrian.
Can you come here?
I'm trying to get used to the habit. Thank you for the presentation, Adrian. Can you tell me what you think about the roles of software architecture and architecture styles on this evolution?
So the rules or the roles?
what do you think about the role?
So the role is very important when choosing the right architecture, because the point of this paper was, what do you need to consider when shifting from local to web? So it's definitely a big challenge in terms of how you choose the right architecture, both on the front end side and the back end side as well. So that's a decision that needs to be taken with considerations to the future and how the application will evolve as well. And that has also been presented in the paper. How do you choose? How do you think about the architecture, and how do you prepare yourself for the future, and what do you project that the usage for your application would be? Because if you have a simple application, you don't need to go into a vast and complicated architecture or a system solution. But if you think that the application would be available for millions of users, definitely that is an important factor to be considered.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Other question? Thoughts? What about did you investigate the progressive web application, or you
Yes,
included them?
we have a section regarding progressive web applications as well. Unfortunately, progressive web applications have been present out there, and there are a viable solution for um, writing the code once and using it on multiple devices. Unfortunately, Apple so far hasn't granted too much permissions for web applications to flourish. So they are very, very useful, as in they are shareable as a link. They can be installed in 1 second. They can work offline, but they are limited in terms of their capability to interact with the actual system's native functionality, like opening the files, opening the camera. Now, camera and microphone are pretty easy to interact with, but when you go into deeper native functionality, then it becomes really complicated, like working with the file system, opening the agenda. Some of the applications need these things. So currently, it's not a very let's say very optimal world for developers to work with progressive web apps.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I'm going with the next speaker, but unfortunately I do not have the program. Oh, yeah. So the last the last will be Besma, but now I give the floor to Farah Abdimazan. The title of the presentation, Farah.
Hi.
The presentation is Hybrid Security Approach for Behavioral Privacy of Business Processes in a Cloud Environment. Please.
Yes, exactly. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, great. So good morning, everyone. I'm Farah, PhD student, and I'm working on data and business processes security in the context of cloud computing. Today, I'm going to present to you our research work about the security of one aspect of business processes, which is the logical, or also called the behavioral aspect. So first, let me begin with a brief definition of business process and security. So a business process is a set of coordinated tasks that aim to fulfill a business objectives. Furthermore, we have mainly three aspects of business process. So we have the informational aspects that is concerned with the data object that can be an input or output of business processes tasks. We also have the logical aspect that expresses the control flow followed to ensure the business process objectives. And finally, the organizational aspect that deals with role delegation. Moving now to security and its global definition in the context of information systems. So security is defined through three main objectives, which are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So confidentiality is described as the assurance that the IS assets, so IS stands for information systems, IS assets are kept secret. And integrity refers to the inability to alter or destroy assets intentionally or by accident. Finally, the availability is the ability to access the IS assets whenever needed. In one of our previous work, we've proposed a definition of business process security through the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of each aspect of the business process. Since the focus of this work is on the logical aspect, I will give just the definition of this later. So ensuring the confidentiality of the logical aspect of business processes means that the know-how privacy of the company that is encapsulated in the business processes should be preserved. The integrity, on the other hand, means that with the same input, a task should always produce the same output. And finally, the availability is the capability to reach business processes tasks when needed. So like I said, the focus of this work is on the security of the logical aspect of business processes, and specifically on how to ensure the know-how privacy of companies that is encapsulated in these business processes, particularly when these later are deployed in an untrusted cloud environment. So it is worth noting that this aspect is not largely tackled in the literature, comparing to, for example, the security of the informational aspect of business processes. However, there is one approach which is called the obfuscation technique that tackles specifically the security of the logical aspect of business processes, and that consists in automatically identify sensitive business processes tasks and separate their deployment into different cloud. So the authors of this approach have studied a set of business processes that are modeled in BPMN. So BPMN is a standard for business processes modeling. And they have noticed that generally sensitive tasks are the tasks where decisions are taken and where syntheses are made. Furthermore, they established a link between these tasks and the BPMN gateway. Specifically, decision tasks would relate to the XOR open gateways.
Farah, sorry.
Yes?
We are still at slide 3. Is that correct, or is frozen the video?
No, on slide 6.
Okay, so can you?
Okay.
Okay, now it's better. Okay, good.
Okay, should I resume or it's okay? Okay. So, like I said briefly, the authors have studied many business processes modeled in BPMN, which is a standard, and they have noticed that generally sensitive tasks are the tasks where decisions are taken and where syntheses are made. And they also established a link between decision tasks and the open XOR gateway of BPMNs and the synthesis task and the closing and join gateways of BPMN. Besides, they have noticed that these sensitive tasks have what we call dependency tasks or complementary tasks. So for the decision task, its complementary task is the task that come after the closing XOR gateways. And for the synthesis tasks, its complementary or dependency task is the task that comes before the open and join gateway. So to summarize this task is sensitive. This task is sensitive. The complementary task of this one is this one, and the complementary of this sensitive task is this one.
Unfortunately, we cannot follow you. Maybe you are sharing the wrong window. I don't know.
I'm still on slide 6.
Okay.
Okay. So the principle of this
We
approach.
don't see the mouse, however. So if you indicate something, at least I wasn't able to see. Okay.
Okay, here I'm on slide 7. It's okay.
So I think you have your screen you are sharing, but we are seeing the PowerPoint window instead, not the full screen. So if you can close your slideshow, I think you are in a slideshow view, right?
Yes.
We are seeing the PowerPoint window instead, not the presentation.
Okay. I will share again. And now?
Now it's good.
Okay, good.
Okay. So the obfuscation technique consists first in detecting automatically sensitive tasks, and then to separate the deployment of these tasks into different cloud. For that, the author proposed 3 main constraints, which are the trust level, the collocate, and the separate constraint. So globally speaking, it is about separating the complementary fragment. So here, this task and this task should be separated into different clouds. Same for this task and this one. Separating the different alternative of XOR split gateways. So here, the different alternatives should be deployed into different cloud because they could encompass strategic information about the company's know-how. And finally, to deploy the synthesis and decision fragment into cloud, providing high trust level, and this relates to this task and this one. So the strength of the obfuscation technique could be summarized in the following point. So first of all, this approach allows an automatic detection of sensitive tasks without human intervene. But this could also be a drawback, like we are going to see it later. We also have the notion of complementary or dependency tasks, which is very important as these tasks could be non-sensitive, but once put or deployed with this sensitive task, it could reveal important strategic know-how of the company. And we also have the separate and collocate constraint that indicate clearly how and where to deploy each fragment of the business process. However, this approach also has drawbacks. So relying only on the XOR split and unjoined gateway would not cover all the sensitive tasks of business process. So we can miss some sensitive tasks that are modeled in a sequential manner, for example. Conversely, sensitive tasks of a business process would not be necessarily the fragment before an opening join, an opening XOR gateway or after a closing and gateway. And this would incur a significant cost due to the use of multi-clouds, which are unnecessary. And finally, it's the same for the complementary task that could not that could be at any location of the business process and not necessarily relates to the gateways. Hence, our approach consists in resuming the strength of the obfuscation technique while avoiding its drawbacks. So, as depicted in these figures that represent the functional schema of our approach, Our approach encompasses mainly four main phases, but in the context of this presentation, I will mainly focus on the annotation phase, the constraint generation phase, and the configuration generation phase. So for the annotation phase, we have managed to use textual security annotation to guarantee the privacy of the company's know-how. So a business analyst could rely on mainly three annotations, which are HS for highly sensitive tasks, S for sensitive tasks, and CS for complementary tasks. We also gave a brief definition of each annotation to help the business analyst further in annotating his tasks. And by default, a task is non-sensitive. For the fragmentation constraint phase, we have resumed the constraint proposed in the obfuscation technique. And globally, it is about separating or deploying highly sensitive tasks into different tasks. Same for sensitive tasks and complementary tasks. Obviously, non-sensitive tasks could be deployed with any other type of tasks. For the configuration generation phase, we have proposed this algorithm that is designed to return the final configuration, meaning the set of tasks in their corresponding clouds, where the separate and collocate constraints are maintained. So the algorithm iterates on a set of tasks of the business processes tasks that are sorting in a descending order according to the task sensitivity level. So this deployment strategy is important to ensure that the clouds with the highest stress level are reserved to the highly sensitive tasks. So for each task of this set, the task deployment scheme procedure is called, and which will ensure that the separate and collocate constraints are ensured and preserved, and it will return a map of tasks cloud. At the end, we will have where each task should be deployed according to its sensitivity level. So before closing this presentation, let me give you some comparison details about between our approach and the obfuscation technique. So first, regarding the security aspect. So if we take this business process example about that follows a bank to accept or reject a loan request. So here, following the two approach, here the obfuscation technique or the hybrid approach, we can notice that the deployment would require three distinct clouds. But we can notice that with the obfuscation technique, in this case, cloud number one has already, we can say 80% of the know-how of the bank through the tasks compute, installment, and process application. Because we can notice that with these two tasks would encompass all the strategic know-how of the bank, and here it would be decide if the loan is approved or rejected. So we can clearly notice that with the hybrid approach, the know-how is better preserved. Regarding the cost aspects now, so we proposed a deployment cost as the aggregation of the CPU usage, RAM usage, and data transfer. And if we consider also this example of cloud providers pricing, so for this second business process for a bank account creation, the deployment of this business process would require approximately $400 with the obfuscation technique and three distinct clouds, and against $200 with the hybrid approach with only two distinct clouds. So here the obfuscation technique would incur significant cost while not adding anything new in the protection of the know-how privacy of the company. However, our approach also has its limits, and regarding the number of clouds to be used to deploy the fragments of the business processes, that relates mainly to the number of highly sensitive and sensitive tasks. This number could be quite high depending on the size of the business process. So in this work, we are tackling business processes with a moderate number of highly sensitive and sensitive tasks. But to deal with a larger number of these later, we are working on updating the separate constraint to consider the structure of the business process, because we argue that the sequential order of the task could play a role in this constraint. We can, for example, collocate two sensitive tasks that are not modeled in a sequential manner. To conclude, so we've proposed here an approach that tackles the security of the logical aspect of business processes, relying on security annotations and on the constraint proposed in the obfuscation technique. And as future work, we plan first to update our algorithm to take into consideration the deployment cost. Indeed, a task could be deployed into different cloud without violating security constraint. But regarding the monetary cost, one deployment could be preferable to another. We also intend to consider the dynamic nature of business processes under security and cost constraint. That brings us to the end. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there questions, thoughts? Please, can you go to the slide where you compare the different cloud solution? I guess around 20, slide 19 or 20.
I will just share. Comparing regarding cost.
Yeah, exactly. If you can detail a bit more. Yeah, I was a bit lost in the...
Okay. Can you see my screen or?
No.
I'm not sharing, I think.
In the meantime, I have another question. Did you have any data regarding the UX of authors? How the user experience was affected by your algorithm? I mean,
I didn't hear the question well.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, I just can't share. I don't have the...
Okay.
Can you just please give me the authorization to share my screen, because I can't share now.
Oh, you don't need the authorization. You can... Okay, just describe by word with the different impact on cost on the three solutions. Just
yes. So with the
but I was lost.
Yes, of course. So with the obfuscation technique, if we want to apply the constraints that are proposed in the obfuscation technique, the deployment would require 3 distinct clouds. Whilst with our approach, it would require only 2 clouds. However, regarding the security, if we follow the obfuscation technique, you can notice that this fragmentation in this case, it won't bring any gain regarding security, because there is a lot of non-sensitive tasks in these business processes. But due to the automatic detection of sensitive tasks, and that relates mainly to the XOR gateways and join gateways, we will consider them as sensitive tasks, and we will separate their deployment into multi-clouds, which is not necessary in this case scenario.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Other question? Thank you again.
Welcome.
We have problems with Basma presentation. Okay, so you can come.
Yes, please. Just a moment. Okay, I think you should be able to.
I should use this one.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
So the floor is
Good.
the title of the paper is Chatbot Feedbacks on students writing typology of comments and effectiveness.
Okay.
So please.
Good. So hello, everybody. Thanks to Professor Osvaldo for inviting me to the conference and for your patience with my technical issue. So I'm Dr. Basma. I am a teacher at university. I'm an assistant professor. I teach in the United Arab Emirates. So I teach general English, right? So, but in my presentation, I will talk about how we integrate technology into our teaching. So the title is, as you can see, chatbot comments or chatbot feedback on students' writing, typology of comments, and effectiveness. So let me first of all discuss with you your experiences with teacher feedback. I don't know your background. Maybe most of you probably are teachers. Are you teaching? Yeah, you're teachers? Okay, great. So you should give feedback to your students. And you should also remember the good and the bad feedback. Can you share with me some examples of good feedback that you still remember that you received from your teacher and that made you like a better, person? Some piece of feedback about your writing, about any of the organization, or a piece of bad feedback, because sometimes when you receive criticism, we feel bad because, I'm not up to the level that the teacher expects that I will be, a good student. Do you remember, like, what was the most, interesting feedback? For example?
In the sense that as a teacher, for example, you cover some topics and the students was complaining because other teachers make deploy similar contents and so on. So
Yes, so there are some.
we deeply depend on the evaluation of students. Each semester we are evaluating, and sometimes the criticism are not interesting, not significant.
Yes.
But in other cases are. So it's useful for us to
Yeah.
improve teaching.
Great, good. So feedback is really important for our students because it functions as a scaffold. So we don't use feedback just to justify the grade, but feedback, what happened to after language? Only that slide or some of that slides? Oh, I don't know. Shall I maybe?
Recovering.
Because we.
No. Probably the text it's. Maybe we can use this as
okay.
and you can move.
All right, I can move it. All right, thank you. So,
Doesn't matter if it's not.
yeah, we will just follow the.
We just recover quickly. So
Yeah.
on the fly.
All right. So in this presentation, I'm going to cover the definition of feedback, teacher feedback. Then we'll try to learn what is effective feedback, why feedback is challenging. We will look at some previous the research that has been conducted in this area. Then we will examine the current study, and we'll have some implications. Right. So let's move on. So feedback is an objective description of a student's performance intended to guide future performance. So whenever we give feedback, we don't just focus on the now, we also focus on the future and how to improve the student and how to make them better. Okay, so what is effective feedback? Effective feedback has to be actionable. It's not just vague words that we give to our students like good, excellent, nice work. It has to be actionable. Let's just say we have to give students some actions to perform. We have to emphasize both content and grammar. So if you're checking the writing, we emphasize both the content and the grammar. Let's just say the structure of the language and the ideas. It has to be both positive and negative because students appreciate specific and relevant feedback that relates directly to their work. It should also provide the students the appropriate level of challenge to promote their understanding, and it should engage them in the process. So we should give them something to understand so that they can act upon in the future and they can make decisions. All right, so why is giving feedback challenging to most of teachers? So first of all, because of the complexity of students' needs, we are from different departments and our students have different needs. For example, in my department, I have to focus on the grammar and the structure, but you probably in your departments, you have different, objectives, different aims, and your students have different needs. Time constraints, if you have like 100 students and you need to give feedback to every single student, so you cannot give detailed feedback because of the time constraints. You have to balance the specificity and the clarity. You don't want to give the students a very long list of comments, although you need to be specific, but at the same time, you have to be clear in your feedback. So if you give students a long list of comments, maybe they will not understand, and then there is no benefit from the feedback. Also, the feedback that we provide to our students need to make the students able to fix their work. So that's to say, we do not fix the work of our students. Dylan Williams says the main purpose of feedback is to improve the students, not the work. So we should not fix all the errors, otherwise they will not have anything to fix. Also, we have to bear in mind that we need to manage the emotional responses of the students. As Professor Osvaldo mentioned, the criticism can hurt sometimes, and then we can face students who come and disagree with our comments and they take it personally. But yeah, that's feedback. These are the challenges that we have to face. So if we get ChatGPT to help us reduce the burden, we would focus on more important activities and we would be able to support our students. You've all, of course, try to use ChatGPT for different purposes in your job, and they say that in the future we will rely more and more on artificial intelligence. So there's been some research going on about how to use ChatGPT to give feedback to students. Some research has compared the consistency of chatbot feedback with human grades. And they found that there is a good inter-rater agreement between the chatbot assessment and the human instructor. So they asked ChatGPT to mark the students' papers and give the essay a grade and explain why. Then they asked the teacher to do the same thing, and they compared the different scores, and they found consistency between the human score and the ChatGPT score. But is this feedback useful? Can we use ChatGPT to help us provide useful feedback that, as you mentioned before, that is actionable, that has both positive and negative comments, that can give praise and criticism, that can be specific but not too specific. So this was the focus of our research. So the goal was to identify the types of comments generated by ChatGPT and to examine whether the generated comments reflect the human feedback best practices. So we collected a collection of opinion essays written by undergraduate students on various topics. Each essay was submitted to ChatGPT, and we asked ChatGPT to provide end comment like this example. So this was an example provided by ChatGPT on one of the essays. Okay, so then we qualitatively analyzed the comments using a coding scheme adapted from Smith 2001, and the scheme includes focuses on the topic and the function of the comment, because some comments focus on content, some comments on organization, and the function of the comments. Some comments can be used to diagnose an error. Some comments can be used to, provide guidance on future performance, etc. So then we assess the importance. This is to assess the importance if the AI tool can diagnose writing issues in different aspects, and to evaluate the AI's ability to adopt different roles in providing feedback. So 2 writing teachers assessed the comments generated by AI using a rubric. We included 5 criteria in the rubric to measure the adherence to the best feedback practices. That is to say, the focus of the feedback, the balance between, positive and negative, specificity, whether the comment is specific, appropriateness, whether it is appropriate to the level of the students, and learner engagement, whether the students are engaged with the specific comment. Each criterion was measured on a scale from 1 never to 4 always. Writers were trained in one session on using the rubric for assessment. So these were the preliminary results. Chatbot comments focused heavily on content. So the chatbot comments were particularly focused on the topic, the claim, and providing a counter argument. So this is what the ChatGPT focused on, whether the essay had a claim, had a counter argument, etc. Most of the more feedback comments were provided on organization compared to mechanics. So ChatGPT did not correct the mechanics, the error in punctuation, spelling, grammar. It just focused on the structure, the organization. The feedback was found to be appropriate and highly engaging. It was engaging feedback. Writers agreed that comments were balanced, including both negative and positive comments, but they were general suggestions and not specific. So that was the difficulty or the challenge of using ChatGPT. The comments were very general. Although they were balanced, they were engaging, they provided lots of praise and criticism, but they were not specific enough. There was a good inter-writer agreement ranging from 0 to 0.65 for specificity to 0.92 for focus. That means both writers agreed on their assessment of the ChatGPT comments. So what we can draw from this pilot study is that chatbot feedback is not reliable enough yet to be used with some form of teacher guidance. So we need to still look at the feedback that ChatGPT provided, and we can edit it. We can add our specific suggestions. But if we have to make the changes and these additions, will it be still time-saving and specific or useful? So that's the question, because we input the essays into ChatGPT and then we get the feedback and then we need to edit the feedback. So it's like we're doing the job twice now. So
This is the question. Is it time saving? Is it useful to the student? Is there a risk we are persisting with a model that is intrinsically flawed? So that is to say, we are still using, a flawed model of ChatGPT, or maybe in the future we can have a better model. So that's the question. Is there any way we could get it to provide feedback that is more specific and useful, like the feedback that teachers provide for each individual, that is to say, the specific feedback? This is the thing that engineers and artificial intelligence engineers should focus on. They should focus on providing specific feedback. So it is a valuable tool. This is not to say that ChatGPT. How do I? This one? Control? Okay. This is not to say that ChatGPT is failed to give feedback. It still holds the potential to be a valuable tool for teachers in the classroom. It enables faster and more accurate feedback on student work compared to traditional methods. And it can support real-time learning. For example, students can get immediate feedback on their writing. At the same time they are writing, they can use ChatGPT to get feedback on their writing. However, there are challenges that need to be addressed in its use. As to say, the specificity issue, that ChatGPT provides very general comments and not specifically related to the word. So until now, we cannot say that we can use it in the same way as a human being can provide feedback. ChatGPT is meant to assist teachers in their assessment and feedback, but it cannot replace the expertise and guidance of a human teacher. So that was the conclusion, and that was it. Oh, it was so fast. Do you have any questions?
More than a question is a thought. In the sense that, again, I guess your work confirm what appears to be the best practice to use AI, in the sense that we cannot take without judgment the output. They help us because in the ordinary work, in the massive work, they can do very quickly.
Yeah.
But I guess we have to go through and then a final assessment of the content, because otherwise we have
yes, correct.
At least.
Correct. That's it. That's what.
But it helps a lot in the massive work.
It does help. It can assist us to do a lot of things in our job, but for example, for feedback, it cannot replace human judgment. We still need to provide our own judgment. But in the future, maybe we can get a better tool, or engineers should collaborate with educators to, get a better tool. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So Besma was the last presenter, and we can declare that the session is closed.
So thank you to all attendees, and okay, we are going to lunch.
Yes.
Non si riportano giù.
A che ora?